Hello and welcome back. I'm Jacob Lefkowitz, Editor-in-Chief of The Boiling Point. Here's Sam Rabonowitz, Senior Editor, and we also have Benjamin Gamson, our Polling Director. When we were gone, we got some more results on the two states that we've already gotten, and we also got a few more states that are in. Benjamin, would you like to tell us more about that?
Hold on 1 second. All right.
Yes, so we have American Samoa reporting 99% in, which gives us Michael Bloomberg winning with 49.9%. He'll claim 4 delegates. And then Tulsi Gabbard taking 1 delegate. So far, that's 29.3%. 1 delegate has yet to be allocated, and we'll keep you updated on that. The other state that closed was the state of North Carolina, and that was projected to go to former Vice President Joe Biden when the polls closed at 4:30. And yeah, so back to you, Jacob.
Right. So for North Carolina, this is actually the biggest state we've had so far. 110 delegates up for grabs here. Now, they just closed, so we don't know the exact delegate count yet. But Biden seems to be crushing so far in the South. He's already won Virginia, as we brought up earlier, and he's been polling well there so far. Now, something to talk about for Biden is that after his victory in South Carolina this past Saturday, his support has skyrocketed, and his polling numbers have gone way up. That was actually Biden's first ever primary victory, and now he already has 3. So this is looking like a good night for Biden so far.
So just to comment on the Tulsi Gabbard delegate, I believe it was the 8th debate or the 9th that required 1 delegate as in order to qualify for the debate, you needed to get either 1 delegate or a certain amount in polling support. So interesting how Tulsi Gabbard has now received that 1 delegate, but just a little too late to not qualify.
Right, and one other important thing to talk about is that Mike Bloomberg has just won his first territory. American Samoa is not actually a state, for anyone wondering. It is in the Pacific Ocean, and it's an American territory. They can vote in the primary election. And this is, while it's a very minor victory, it is definitely a victory for former Mayor Mike Bloomberg. So far, he has really not won anything, hasn't won a delegate so far, and this is the first that he has. So that's a big achievement for Mayor Bloomberg.
Now, do we know if he put ads into American Samoa? Because we know that's how he's been gaining a lot of support by his ad money that he's put into states. But it would be interesting to know how much money he's actually put into American Samoa states.
Yes, I'm not exactly sure. I will do more research on that to find out. But the chief of Samoa did make an endorsement towards Mike Bloomberg, and he has been, as Sam has said, he has been doing. He's been making a huge push in ad campaigns throughout the country, pushing for votes.
We have some more results right now from Bernie Sanders' Vermont, where we have 1% reporting, and he's leading right now with 54.5% of the vote in his state. Joe Biden's there with 20.6%, which is rather high compared to some of the recent polling in Vermont, which had Biden closer to around 10 to 15%. So that's something to keep an eye on. But again, this is just 1% reporting. We have much more coming from Vermont, and we're going to see how high Bernie's lead can really get in his own state.
Right, and some more updates on Vermont and Virginia, the 2 states that were already called when we last were on. And when talking about Virginia, Senator or former Vice President Biden has won 55.6% of the vote so far, with 39% reporting. And that's a total of 223,000 votes, as opposed to Bernie Sanders' 92,000 votes, which makes up 23%. Now, at the moment, it seems like we have a substantial amount of people voting reported so far. So it seems like Senator Sanders will be getting some votes, but this is a huge victory for Joe Biden in the state of Virginia.
So interestingly, just to comment on the polls in North Carolina, according to Real Clear Politics, the average of polls, Biden is winning. So. With 36.7% of the vote. Sanders just after him with 23.3% of the vote. And Bloomberg is right after him. So if we look at the North Carolina results, that has actually almost panned out exactly as the polls predicted. Joe Biden has been predicted as the winner, with Bernie Sanders underneath him, Warren underneath him, and Bloomberg underneath her, which has flipped in the polls. In the polls, Bloomberg is right above Warren.
This is the first time this election season where Joe Biden has quite a lead over Bernie Sanders in the delegate count. Right now, there's only been 207 delegates allocated. We're going to get closer to about 1,300 tonight. But right now, Joe Biden leads 94 delegates to 68 delegates. So that is a substantial lead. He's been doing very well since his win in South Carolina, gaining a lot of support, as we said, from people like Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke. And we're going to see if that translates into a lot of votes. We have Texas closing in just about 5 minutes, and we're going to see how well he can do there. Bernie was leading in the polls, but let's see what happens.
Right. And talking more about Vice President Biden's success in the South so far, this is following a pattern. He was President Obama's vice president, and President Obama did do well there, and this is simply following that pattern. Also, another factor to point out is in terms of African American votes so far, the Vice President Biden has been taking home the vast majority of those, in 66% in North Carolina. This is a huge victory so far for Biden, and the momentum seems to just be pouring in for him. All right. Yeah. So something else we'd like to bring up is talking about Senator Bloomberg, about former Mayor Bloomberg. He has definitely been increasing his presence more and more recently, and talking about in Shalhevet, we did a poll of all eligible voters, and we also got interviews with individual students of candidates that they're supporting. Mayor Bloomberg did receive a huge majority of students at Shalhevet, of those voting in the Democratic primary, one of which is senior Kiku Shah, who we would like to bring up soon.
Yes.
You want to do that?
As we approach the top of the hour, we're going to get the most substantial amount of states so far tonight at 5 o'clock. That we're going to get Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas. We're going to see, really, for talking about Warren's future in the race, and we're going to see how well she does in Massachusetts, her home state, where 91 delegates are up for grabs tonight. And it's really, a lot of candidates have dropped out and endorsed other candidates, and we're going to see if Warren's going to have to potentially drop out. Bernie is leading in the state of Massachusetts, and we're going to see just how well she does in her home state.
All right. Now we'll be introducing a video, an interview with Kiku Shah, a senior who she's considering Biden and Bloomberg, and coming up right now.
I honestly have not followed the primaries at all. I feel bad about it, but it's difficult to follow it with all social media and everything. It's stupid. I feel like it's gotten to a point where it's almost entertainment, and it shouldn't be, and it's hard to take seriously. It's hard to also just get basic facts, I think, that I would trust. Right now, it's obvious. Right now, for me, I think it's between Joe Biden and Mike Bloomberg. So that's essentially what I will be doing tonight, is kind of narrowing down my choice from that. In the past, I really haven't liked anything that any of his policies or anything that he suggested in the future to make happen. I honestly don't. I think it's what he's proposing might be a little too radical of a change to go, and I don't think it would benefit a lot of people. I think there'd be too many repercussions. I think it'd get too messy. You get lost in the paperwork. It's very bureaucratic, and you kind of lose sight of what you really want to do. You get, I don't know, you can't see the Rabbi Block calls it the forest from the trees. You kind of get lost in the woods. I think when it comes to political leadership, I know each person has their own views, and I understand that. And while I would love for there to be a candidate that supports my views, I am still keeping in mind that there's a lot of different opinions, and there's a lot of different types of people, and I would love to be in a country where the leader is looking to benefit the most amount of people and not just one specific group or ideology.
Well, the
Sorry. Right now we're back, and it's now it is 5 o'clock on the West Coast, and that means the polls are closing throughout the country right now. Benjamin, would you
the
like to
polls
speak
have
more?
closed in Alabama, Maine, Massachusetts, Oklahoma, Tennessee, and Texas, and that's a big swath of delegates that are there tonight. And we're awaiting results at the moment. We still only have results in those in the 3 states in the 1 territory, but we'll bring them to you as they come into us.
Yeah, a lot of these states so far are either slightly voting for Bernie or are going to be pretty heavily voting for Biden. And those are the states that are coming up, the next 6 states that have just closed their polls. Texas, as we've just talked about, will be a huge victory for whoever wins it. A total of 228 delegates. And right now, it has been polling, it's been a little back and forth. Definitely a state that has traditionally been more Republican, but in the Democratic primary right now, it's leaning slightly Sanders. But we will see how that plays out later tonight.
So I just want to talk about Virginia for a second. The polls have shown that Warren is in 3rd place with 15% of the vote, but she's not doing that great currently with 41% of the vote right now. Joe Biden has been declared the winner, and Elizabeth Warren comes in at 9.2%, right underneath Michael Bloomberg with 9.3%. So it really seems like his ad campaign is really taking off.
Although he does seem to, his ad campaign in Virginia, 9.3%, he's nowhere near this 15% threshold, which is so crucial to getting delegates, because you need 15% in a state to get statewide delegates, and then there's a chance that you could get delegates in from congressional districts. And right now,
breaking news right now: the state of Alabama, which holds 52 delegates, has been declared for Vice President Biden. This is another huge victory for Vice President Biden. Not an unexpected one. Alabama was vastly in favor for him, but it seems to be that he is really wrapping up the South very well tonight. We also have results coming in right now from North Carolina. North Carolina, who actually their polls were supposed to have been closed at 4:30, but one polling station was having issues, and that required them to go all the way to 5. We're just getting results in right now. They're only the initial results, but they show Vice President Biden to be taking somewhat of a lead right now.
these initial results from North Carolina are quite interesting, putting Bloomberg over the 15% threshold at 18.5%. Not only would he get state delegates, he would get not only getting state delegates, but he could get congressional delegates as well, and that would put him even further on the board outside his win in American Samoa.
So we see that in Joe Biden has currently been predicted to win Alabama, North Carolina, and Virginia. So he's doing well in the southeastern region of the U.S. Do we think this will pan out for the more western states, especially California and Colorado, where he recently held a rally? What do you think, Jacob?
Yeah, definitely. It has been predicted that Senator Sanders would be taking the majority of the western states as we go on tonight. That definitely includes Colorado, Minnesota, and California, as we've already talked about. And these would be some huge victories for Senator Sanders. Obviously, as this night pans out, we're going to be seeing. We've already seen a lot of really excellent press if you're coming from the Biden campaign right now. But we'll see if that changes as Senator Sanders picks up a few more likely wins as we move further west.
And yeah, I agree. Basically, I think that Senator Sanders has done awfully well in the polls in California, and I think it's a really good question just to see the state of if any candidate can compete with Bernie Sanders in the state of California, and just to see from California and in states like Minnesota where Amy Klobuchar was leading by a great number, but will that support go to Bernie? Will it go who was in second place, or will that support go to someone like Bernie Sanders to help him tonight?
Right, absolutely. So we've talked a lot about the candidates that dropped out yesterday, or 2 days ago, rather. And those are Steyer, Klobuchar, and Buttigieg. And those 3 candidates who did have a substantial amount of support, especially at our school. They have each all three of them, or Buttigieg and Klobuchar have both endorsed Senator Biden, or Vice President Biden. And we would like to bring you one example of a student at this school who was originally going to vote for Buttigieg, but then ended up switching their vote to Biden after Buttigieg dropped out.
I had plans to vote for Buttigieg. It seems like he has really good policies and ideas. He's young, he has vision. I think it's cool that he is the first, I think one of the first for homosexual candidates for president. I think that would be a big step in our country. I think I'm definitely going to vote for Biden now because he has a lot of experience. I think he's going to beat Trump, which I personally don't want Trump to get reelected. I think he has the best chance of beating Trump. He has good policies, and he's been vice president before, so he's been in office. One of my main goals in this election is I'm personally not a big fan of Trump for many reasons, and I want to not see him in office. Steyer doesn't seem like he has good policies. Bloomberg, I'm a little questionable about his time as New York mayor. I know he did a lot for the city, but things like the stop and frisk and comments that Warren and other candidates have made about Bloomberg just question my ability to support him.
So it seems like Toby supports Biden because of his past experience in office. Now this can be a challenge for candidates who have dropped out, like Steyer and Buttigieg, who has been mayor but has not been in D.C. like Biden or Sanders or Warren. Now, Michael Bloomberg, he has had vast experience as a mayor of New York City, so we'll see if his experience will help him get votes from people in Super Tuesday states tonight.
Definitely something huge to look out for here is in terms of talking about Biden's experience. He was vice president to President Obama, and among a lot of people, that is definitely one of the most reminiscent factors of any of the candidates out here. They've had more experience. They've heard Vice President Biden's name more, and that'll definitely be a factor in talking about who they're going to vote for. As we're looking at North Carolina now, the vote seems to be a lot closer than we thought. Looking at the New York Times' coverage right now, it has Vice President Biden at 30%, while Bernie Sanders at 23%. So while it definitely seems like Vice President Biden is going to take home the majority or the plurality, he is not necessarily going to win by that much in the state.
Yeah, it's important to look that these are only initial results, and based off that, the New York Times and Associated Press seem to have actually redacted their prior win for Vice President Biden. So he actually has not yet won North Carolina. It is much closer than we previously thought. He's only leading by about 7.2%. But just to point out, in North Carolina, as it stands, of the 110 delegates, they actually have distributed some amongst the candidates. And with that, Biden actually currently stands having, this is from the Associated Press, 41 delegates. Bernie has 11. Bloomberg has 1, and Warren also has 1. So this is the first delegate of the night for Warren, and actually the first delegate she's received since the Iowa caucuses. So will that be enough for her to maintain in the race? We'll see. We're also keeping an eye on her Massachusetts, but it's quite interesting. So, yeah.
Definitely, and keep in mind that as we've seen that Alabama has been called once again for Vice President Biden, that we don't have the full results for any of these states yet, and therefore the full amount of delegates have not been awarded yet, and we will find that out towards later in this night. All right, right now we are going to be signing off, and we will be back around 5:45 or possibly earlier if there is more breaking news. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you soon.
It's not on. It's not.
What do you mean? Well, it takes a second.
I'll wait. Introduce yourself.
No.
We didn't go. What happened here?
Oh, I see.
Stream.
What?
Oh, we are live.
Hello, we're back. Now, seeing that it is 5:30 on the West Coast, we've gotten several more results throughout the country. As opposed to some of the earlier states that were automatically called right away, right when polls closed. All of the states so far have been much more competitive. Right now, we are seeing pretty competitive races in Texas, Oklahoma, Tennessee, Massachusetts, and Maine. Benjamin, would you like to talk to us more about that?
Yeah, so this is quite interesting. We see that it's quite interesting around the whole country right now. Basically, we see Warren, Massachusetts. She's not doing that well. It's still so early to really make any of these predictions on any of these states. I'd like to point out Arkansas just closed. That's where polling shows it will go for Biden. We're going to see if that actually happens. But it's all very interesting, and we're getting more delegate counts for some of the states that have already been called. So right now, actually, we just have some more news. We have 5% reporting in the state of Texas, where Bernie Sanders now leads 26.8%, just a point under Joe Biden, who's at 25.4%.
So as we've been expecting this for a while, Texas will be possibly the most competitive state and the most important state to win for these candidates. Right now, as we've said, Bernie Sanders winning by a hair, but we've only had 5% reporting, and that's not all of the polling locations throughout the state, and we will be getting those as we go further on. Looking at some other states right now. Talking about Tennessee, we have 7% reporting. Tennessee would give us 64 delegates, and currently Bernie Sanders is also winning that very slightly. Earlier, we did see with this state a lot of flip-flopping between Sanders, Bloomberg, and Biden, but right now it seems to be settling slightly more in favor of Bernie.
Yeah, so Tennessee is at the moment for Bernie. But going back to what Texas, it's very interesting. Dallas, more of a major city, which is reporting results in Dallas County, is actually going for Biden more so by about 2 points. So we have some results right there, but we're going to have to wait and see for more of that to come out. And it's all very interesting as we await more results.
Yeah, Texas has a total of 228 delegates, which is by far the most that will have been awarded at this time. California does have more, but Texas has the second most in this country, and that is going to be huge, whoever takes that victory. Talking about other states right now, we have Maine, Massachusetts, and Oklahoma, all of which Vice President Biden seems to have a small lead right now. But once again, this is only with 1 or under 1% reporting in these states. We have a lot to see more for those.
So Joe Biden, the front runner tonight, is hosting his election night party right here in Los Angeles, California. He'll be joined by his wife tonight. He'll in Culver City, where he'll host his election night party close by to LAX.
So as we've seen so far, with Vice President Biden taking home the majority of the states called so far and having some huge wins in North Carolina and Virginia, both of these were not necessarily expected for Vice President Biden prior to this primary. But he's doing very well. He definitely has the momentum in his favor, and his campaign seems to be pretty happy right now. This definitely was not have been expected a few weeks ago when Biden had been trailing deeply in Iowa and New Hampshire, and Nevada, not doing well at all. But after his win in South Carolina, as we mentioned earlier, his momentum has shifted much up.
And this momentum from Biden, it's a lot of momentum. He has got a lot of endorsements, but the key thing to look at, as we mentioned earlier, this is the first time Bloomberg's on the ballot, and he's so far hasn't won any states, but it looks like he will accumulate delegates. He's above the threshold in Tennessee. He's above the threshold in Oklahoma. If he maintains, he's above the threshold in states like Texas as well. So this is a sign that Bloomberg could play a crucial role, and he is playing a crucial role as being like a deciding factor of the moderate votes that's not going to Biden. So it's a three-way tie in some states right now between Bernie, Biden, and Bloomberg.
Absolutely, but definitely, given all the money he spent on campaigns, it would be expected that he would be doing slightly better in some of these states. As we've just seen, a little bit of breaking news right here, Vice President Biden has taken the lead in Texas and Tennessee. With still only 5% reporting in Texas and 8% in Tennessee, but this is a huge lead. If Vice President Biden takes home Texas and Tennessee, as in addition to all the states that he's already winning in and has already won, this is going to be huge for the candidate.
Tennessee is quite interesting. There's 8% reporting, as Jacob said, but right now it's neck and neck to neck. It's 23.9% to Bloomberg, 24% to Sanders, and 24.1% to Biden, which really just shows you how close some of these races will be between these top three contenders. And it really just shows you, how this will impact the race and how Bloomberg's presence has already impacted the race.
Right. Talking about a few other states right now, in terms of Massachusetts, which is the home state of Senator Warren, she seems not to be doing that well, with only 21.5% of the vote so far. Senator Biden has about 35% right now. So Vice President Biden seems to be doing extremely well, even outside of states in the South where he was previously doing well, winning right now in Maine and Massachusetts, and in Oklahoma and Texas as Super Tuesday goes more west.
Yeah. So speaking of going more west, California is the biggest amount of delegates that will be awarded tonight. And if no candidate receives 15%, except for Bernie Sanders, he will take home a huge amount of delegates, and that's certainly a possibility. So if that indeed happens and that actually takes place, Bernie could recover tonight. He seems to be having some trouble. North Carolina, Virginia, as we said, Alabama, they haven't delivered him wins exactly. He is leading in his home state, but everything else is either incredibly close or we just don't have enough to report at the moment.
Yeah, so definitely some troubling signs if you for the Sanders campaign or if you're a Sanders supporter. But still, I wouldn't be worried in that situation. California is still coming up later tonight, a total of 415 total delegates, and that would be a huge win for Senator Sanders.
Yeah, so I always wanted to get into AIPAC, which just ended today, and a lot of presidential candidates were speaking there and expressing their support for Israel. Michael Bloomberg spoke there in person to deliver his advocacy and his views on Israel. And former presidential candidates Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, along with current presidential candidate Joe Biden, spoke over the phone.
Right. So definitely AIPAC this year was somewhat of a statement, given Senator Sanders' pretty intense remarks on not wanting to go to AIPAC. And Senator Warren as well made a statement about not wanting to go. However, seeing that mostly none of them went in person, not as much of a statement for some of the other candidates, being that this year it happened to be so close to Super Tuesday it's actually going on right now. And for a lot of these candidates, they still hold strong support of Israel and of the current Israeli government, despite them not attending AIPAC. However, talking about Mike Bloomberg's appeal to students at Shalhevet, all of whom generally have a very strong view on Israel, would you like to expand on that?
Yeah. Most of these presidential candidates do have a strong view of Israel for either for a two-state solution between Israel and Palestinians. And as you said, it wasn't an ideal time to have the AIPAC policy conference going on with these presidential campaigns and Super Tuesday, which is a huge, important event for all these candidates. We thought it was going to be make or break for some of these candidates, like Mayor Pete Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar, but indeed it isn't because they exited the race already, because they view that they would potentially be blocking someone like Joe Biden.
Right. And talking about, we actually have two Jewish candidates in this race right now, Senator Sanders and Mayor Bloomberg. However, definitely in terms of talking about support at Shalhevet at our school, it could not be more widely different among these two. Bernie Sanders did not, in our poll of all eligible students, Bernie Sanders did not get one vote for people that would want to vote for him as their first choice, whereas Senator Bloomberg got the majority of those votes. And a lot of this can be taken up to the stance on his view on Israel. Mike Bloomberg, much more in support of the current government than Senator Sanders is. Senator Sanders has already made comments about the current Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, as well as also saying that he supports a solution which involves giving into some of the Palestinians' demands. That view not very popular at Shalhevet, whereas Mike Bloomberg, another Jewish candidate, has definitely been the primary choice for students.
Yeah, two of the three leading presidential candidates would be the first Jewish president of the United States, which is something very interesting to point out. Yeah. So
absolutely. However, still looking at Bloomberg's numbers right now does not seem to be too impressive in Texas. In Texas, however, he is taking 20%, so that would give him some delegates. And
speaking of Texas, we actually just got 4 more percent reporting. We're actually at 9% now, which gives Biden a 0.6% lead over Bernie Sanders. And it does get us some results in Austin, Texas, in that county. So that's also, Texas is a very big state,
right,
with many counties. We have many big cities.
And this is not going to be something that's going to be called anytime soon. Right now, while Vice President Biden might be in the lead, he only is winning by about 700 votes right now. And in the grand total of the population of Texas, that is absolutely nothing.
It's also important to note that besides for that, if it is close, like 26.7 to 26.1, if that is the final result at the end of the night, the delegates distributed between them would be virtually the same. So they will just practically get the same amount of delegates. And it would not necessarily be a huge win besides for, the title.
Right. Now, talking about how the Democratic nomination convention works, throughout the year so far, starting earlier in February, and we'll be going until June, when we have the actual convention where in Milwaukee, where a winner will be chosen. The candidates will be chosen throughout, have already been chosen throughout some of these states, and more will be given towards as we get further into this process.
Yeah, the Democratic nomination that will, as you said, will take place in Milwaukee. It's very crucial we might not even see a nominee decided by then, which would be crazy. As Bernie Sanders has said, he says even if he doesn't clinch the 1,991 delegates needed to be the nominee, he still thinks that he should be given the nomination. But that is not the case. That's not how the Democratic nomination works, and they could bring in super delegates,
right,
which are elected officials that would then be able to vote who they choose.
Right. So superdelegates, definitely something interesting to talk about. Currently, in the past, the superdelegates have been allowed to vote in the initial vote for the president, and those superdelegates are operatives chosen by the Democratic Party. However, after reforms passed after last election in 2016, it has now been decided that these superdelegates will not be able to vote in the initial rounds. However, in this first vote with pledged delegates, and pledged delegates are whoever wins whoever wins for each candidate in these specific states. If those pledged delegates cannot reach a majority of the total amount of delegates, then it will go to a second vote in which the superdelegates will be able to vote. And currently, based on our understanding, it seems to be like these superdelegates would be more in favor of Joe Biden. However, we do not know the exact terms of the situation, especially because we have many months left to go until that point.
Yeah. We just got some new numbers
Mm-hmm.
in from Arkansas, where we have less than 1% reporting, but that does show beginning of a lead surmounting in another southern state for Joe Biden, as he has 38%, a bit above 38%, which will be very strong if he takes another southern state tonight. The other number I wanted to bring up was going to be the Vermont Republican nomination, the primary, where the Vermont Republican governor actually endorsed Trump's opponent, Bill Weld. So he actually Bill Weld secured 10% of the vote in Vermont. We have 44% reporting now, and Trump did win 89.1%, but it's interesting to see how much Bill Weld did gain potentially from that endorsement.
Right. So while we do have the Republican primary going on right now, it does not seem to be something that the current sitting president, Donald Trump, would lose. He has only one challenger, Bill Weld, and has vastly dominated him in every state so far, enough to up to a point where several states have canceled their primaries and have simply decided to award those to President Trump currently.
Yeah. So just looking through the results and continuing to be able to just get the results in, I think another very interesting part of tonight, we'll see if any candidates like Tulsi Gabbard, like Elizabeth Warren, choose to end their presidential campaigns. Because Elizabeth Warren isn't doing that well in her home state of Massachusetts. We'll see if she can surmount a comeback, come in first place. But anything other than a first place finish for the incumbent senator from Elizabeth Warren would be a loss in her home state.
Right. Talking about Warren, she has not currently made any statements to indicate that she would want to drop out or would want to stay in the race. However, that seems to be different from Mike Bloomberg, who has just made a statement which does not seem that enthusiastic about his chances of winning tonight, of winning any state tonight. However, he does seem like he'll want to stay in the race. He has already spent hundreds of millions of dollars on ads, and it does not seem like he'd want to back out of this race anytime soon. He seems like he's in it for the long haul.
Yeah, Bloomberg has some support in states like Florida, where he's currently leading in the polls. He took that from some of the other presidential candidates, and it's just very interesting to see where he can get support, where he can get a lead, where he will get a lead tonight. And California, where some of the support goes, Pete Buttigieg was here. The Boiling Point attended one of his events a couple weeks back. Where does that support for Pete Buttigieg go? He endorsed Joe Biden. But there are similar viewpoints in so many of the candidates that would show that he could potentially go, voters of his could go support someone like Elizabeth Warren, or even someone potentially like Bernie Sanders. So that's just something interesting to think about. And we saw, I think you know about the Bernie rally that was here. So.
Yes, so I did attend a Bernie Sanders rally in California, in which there was an estimated turnout of 17,000 people. Was a pretty huge event with a bunch of very enthusiastic supporters, definitely indicating his type of support in California. However, as we've seen in other states, as right now, it seems to be that Senator Warren is taking a good chunk of votes away from what has been known as the progressive vote. In terms of Bernie Sanders. Currently, looking at Virginia, Senator Warren got 10% of the vote, while Senator Sanders got 23% of the vote. Combined, that is a pretty significant chunk of it. Whereas in other states, similar things are occurring. Yeah, definitely that is something that's been occurring throughout. However, right now, as we've just seen in Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren from her home state has just taken the lead, actually pretty substantially, with 33.7% of the vote, as compared to Vice President Biden with 26% and Bernie Sanders with 25%.
Yeah, that's a pretty significant 7-point lead with 4% reporting. We'll see how that turns in when we get to some more of these bigger cities like Boston or like Springfield as well. We'll see how that vote turns in to more support. But this is actually quite surprising because most of the polls actually showed Bernie Sanders leading in the state of Massachusetts. So having Elizabeth Warren now coming into first place potentially and winning the most delegates, that shows some reason to potentially continue and go on.
Right. So, however, despite her success in this one state, she has only gotten up to 15% in this one state of Massachusetts. and throughout the entire country, she has not gotten to this level at any other in any other state. And given that, it seems unlikely that she would want to stay in the race if she were to not earn any delegates in any of those states. However, it's definitely a question as to where her votes would end up going if she were to drop out and if she were to end up winning the state of Massachusetts. It is, if anyone's wondering, if a candidate drops out, who already has delegates, as has already happened with Mayor Buttigieg as well as Senator Klobuchar. Both these candidates they have endorsed Biden, but their delegates, which they will send to the national committee, the convention in Milwaukee, do not necessarily need to go to those, but they will be voting in the initial vote.
Yes. And speaking of delegates, we see in Texas, it's a close race, and there's 250 delegates that are going to be announced, that are going to be given throughout. And so right now, the current delegate count has Biden actually up by 32 delegates, which is really something for the candidate that had, I want to say it was like 6 delegates a few days ago in 5th place after having 4 finishes in both Iowa and New Hampshire, really, and Nevada, coming back for a rebound in South Carolina, which really surmounted him as the moderate choice for candidates across the country.
Right, and keep in mind those 116 votes do include the votes will likely include the votes for Mayor Buttigieg as well as Senator Klobuchar. So it does seem to be, and already added up to the wins that that Vice President Biden has gotten so far. It just adds more to the momentum we've been talking about all night.
Yeah, and we're actually just 9 minutes away from some more polls closing across the country. We have polls that we have some polls closing across the country. So that will give us more indication for the results. We have polls closing in Colorado and Minnesota, which will be quite interesting, being Colorado has been able to swing back and forth, just talking about in a general election perspective. So that's an interesting state where there is an important senatorial election for the Democrats who would like to be Cory Gardner. And this election's crucial to them potentially wanting to take back the United States Senate. So if they potentially bring someone like Bernie Sanders, who is more liberal, that potentially won't get people to go down and vote for these down ballot races.
Right, definitely. However, in Colorado so far, Senator Sanders has definitely been the favored candidate, as is likely for the rest of the 4 states we have yet to decide, and that's Colorado, Minnesota, Utah, and California, all more Western states, all of which have been more in favor of Senator Sanders.
Yeah, in Minnesota, as we said earlier,
Right.
Amy Klobuchar's state. What happens there? Where does Klobuchar's support go? And that Midwestern, this is only the second Midwestern state that we've seen besides for Iowa. So it's very crucial that we look at the results, because a candidate that is the nominee will need to win the Midwest, win states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, if they want to beat President Trump.
Right. So we have most of the states right now. Nothing has been called, and it seems to be going more back and forth in many important states like Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and Massachusetts. So we will be coming back soon, around likely 6:30 or possibly earlier, if we have any breaking news to announce. So thank you once again. As we've to recap what's been happening so far, Vice President Biden has taken a pretty commanding lead in all the states called so far, in Virginia, North Carolina, and Alabama, whereas Senator Sanders has won in Vermont. Every other state seems to be up for grabs right now.
Okay, thank you, and we'll be back at
6:30,
6:30.
or possibly earlier if anything else happens.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
honestly have not followed the primaries.
Wait, no. Wait till this.
Polling director and manager.
Whatever.
We not. Hello, my name is Benjamin Gamson. I'm the polling director for the Shalhevet Boiling Point alongside Jacob Lefkowitz-Brooks, editor-in-chief of the Boiling Point. As we continue to cover the Super Tuesday primaries, as more than 1/3 of the delegates are allocated tonight towards the Democratic Convention. We just got some new results in the state of Tennessee, with 60% reporting, is now declared for Vice President Joe Biden. We also have results in Minnesota and Colorado. In Minnesota, with 16%, Joe Biden leads narrowly ahead of current Senator Bernie Sanders, and Bernie Sanders also leads in initial results in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, it seems to be things haven't shifted too much so far. We haven't gotten that many more results as time has passed. Tennessee definitely is the exception here, with it being called for Vice President Biden. He currently has 36% of the total vote there, while Senator Sanders only has about 25% of the vote. So another huge win for Vice President Biden in the South. He has currently won. The races have been called for Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, and Alabama. So really showing a dominant performance from him in all the southern states. We do have to see Arkansas later for the last state in that area, but there are currently, he's doing pretty excellent there.
Yeah, in Tennessee, what we just said, Biden won. He has so far 7 delegates, but he will get more delegates as the night progresses and as the results are finalized.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about Tennessee, a weird situation here, given that he was Vice President Biden was not at all expected to be such a clear winner here. But as is being shown, he has a huge support in the South, and also with African-American voters, many of whom are present there.
Yeah, and another thing to look at, Massachusetts, with 10% reporting, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren has now went down to 3rd place in that state, and that clearly articulates that her night has not been that great. Joe Biden is at 32.5%, and Bernie Sanders is at 26.5%. So she will get delegates, but she will certainly not get as many delegates as expected. She was polling-wise around 2nd place, but this is below expectation for the senator.
And keep in mind that this is her home state, and the state that she's doing best in throughout the entire country. So if 3rd place is her best finish, and likely the only state in which she picks up delegates, this is not going to be a good night for her. And I would expect a dropout sometime soon.
Yeah. Also, in Oklahoma, where we have 13% reporting, I got a report from Axios, which declared Joe Biden the winner, which would be, he is currently leading by 11 points in the state, but that would be yet another great victory for him. If the AP, I don't think, has confirmed this yet, along with the New York Times, but Axios has declared him the winner. So that's just yet another great night, another great win, and a great night for Joe Biden.
Right, definitely. If we're talking from the perspective of Bernie Sanders right now, we're looking at the states of Texas and California. Texas currently only 8% reporting. We haven't gotten anything more since earlier, but it does seem to be quite of a hold up there. Benjamin, would you like to talk more on that?
Yeah. So we have about 15 precincts that have hour-long lines still, and the polls have closed about an hour ago. So just to put that into perspective, that's quite a long time, and that means that we won't see full results for quite a long time. If we're going in to the results in Texas, right now, Bernie leads 28.7 to 22.4 for Biden, and Bloomberg has actually broken the threshold of 15%, and Warren is just under it, so potentially all 4 candidates could get delegates. But Austin, Texas, has seen Bernie with a nice 13-point lead. In Fort Worth, another major city, he has a 6-point lead. And just going into some other major cities, Houston, Biden has about a narrow 0.2% lead, and in Dallas, he has a 2% lead.
Right. So definitely, we see a pretty intense battleground in the state of Texas. A lot more precincts to report throughout the state, but that seems to be what the determining factor will be for this stage of Super Tuesday.
And talking about more about like the determining factor of who will end up winning, it's important to note that combined between Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar in the state of Texas, they've got 11%, which is a huge amount. I'm not sure if that's from early voting or from just like a protest vote for another candidate, but that's a very big amount, a very big number, and that definitely shapes the results in a way.
Yeah, definitely, and we have to ask ourselves the question of where these delegates will end up going if they do achieve a majority in any state. It does not look like they will in any of the states so far. Even talking about Minnesota, which was the home state of Senator Klobuchar and expected to vote for her if she were still in the race, we see right now that it is currently going with 16% reporting to Vice President Biden, whom Senator Klobuchar did endorse a few days ago.
Yeah. Another thing to point out, because they just allocated some delegates in the state of Maine, where Bernie Sanders just took over the lead from Vice President Biden. So they allocated 1 delegate to Bernie and 1 delegate to Biden. Still a lot more to be done, but in the state, but it's only a 0.4% difference. This is a very close race, and yet again another state which is a state where the Democratic Party would like to beat out Republican Susan Collins in 2020.
Mm-hmm.
So the states like these are very important to potentially have a more moderate the candidate that could get down ballot races. Warren in her is at 14.6%, which is quite interesting. She's a bit lower than the threshold, and she could climb to the threshold. So we'll just see how that works, and we'll see where more of the votes come in.
Right. Now, definitely we have to be talking about California, the state that is going to be allocating 415 delegates at the end of the night, projected for Sanders currently, but we seem to be having a few difficulties in polling throughout the state. Lines in LA have been massive, with many people waiting there already. Polls are going to close at 8. Right across from our school, voting at Carthay Circle, there are massive lines, and there are a lot of people waiting to vote there.
Yeah, these lines will potentially impact the stream of results that we will be able to get in following the polls closing, because just remember, if you're in line by 8 o'clock, you still have the right to vote. You will still be able to vote. So if any viewers are in line, just remember that, and that could just stream our results just a bit longer.
And another piece of advice, definitely, it does not seem like despite Vice President Biden's momentum that we've seen so far, it does not seem like at all a clear victory for him. And for any voters who are considering changing based on earlier results, they should still vote based on who they were going to vote for before. Definitely seeing that as any state could really result for either Senator Sanders or Vice President Biden.
Yeah, so this clear divide between Biden and Bernie Sanders wasn't even apparent in last week's debate,
right,
where they met up, where we had a candidate, where we had a stage of, I want to say 6 or 7. We had 7 candidates on a stage. Since then, Steyer dropped out, Klobuchar dropped out, Buttigieg dropped out, which will make the next debate stage just 4 candidates, which will be quite different, just from the standpoint of different policies and the standpoint of we have 2 moderates, Biden and Bloomberg, two a bit more liberal, being Bernie and being Warren, and you just have this clear divide in the party that has now amounted itself into 4 candidates.
Right. But definitely we have to be talking about the roles in which the Democratic Party played in getting Buttigieg and Klobuchar to drop out of this race and endorse Biden. It seems to be the move of the Democratic Party right now to be trying to endorse Biden as the clear candidate. There seem to have been discussions with both Senator Klobuchar and Mayor Buttigieg, as well as some other candidates and other important Democratic officials throughout the country, like Beto O'Rourke, who have all supported Vice President Biden. Right now, it seems like you've said before, it does not seem like it's at all what we've seen earlier, and is really starting to turn itself into this two-candidate race, as we've seen throughout pretty much every state so far.
Yeah.
Oh, we
so-
got a few more results in Texas.
Have
We've
we?
gone from 8 to 10%. The margins haven't shifted too much, but Bernie Sanders is currently in the lead with 28.8%, while Vice President Biden has 22.2%. Mike Bloomberg also getting in there with 18.7%, meaning that he currently would be on track to receive votes.
I'd like to, go to Minnesota, where Bernie Sanders held a election night rally there last night, and Super Tuesday Eve, and right now Biden's leading there by about 3%. We have 20% reporting, but I think a key part is Amy Klobuchar, and not polling-wise, not percentage-wise, but she is leading in a lot of counties currently in Minnesota. She's only at 4.7%, but she leads in one of the county's major city in St. Louis County, which is home to Duluth, a major city. She currently leads there by about 10 points. So support for her, if it's early voting, if it's just because they still like her, it's still somewhat there. But Warren does break the threshold here. And I think this is just something that we need to look at and see. Warren, if she breaks the thresholds in enough states, polling wasn't indicating that, but she seems to be breaking it in quite a few states, and that could give her delegates. She hasn't won a delegate since Iowa. And now if she comes tonight and she takes quite a few, that could really put her into a good place going into next week's primaries.
Right. Absolutely, and we have breaking news right now. The state of Colorado has been called for Senator Bernie Sanders, currently with a 36.6 result, 36.6 percent of the vote so far, and that's a total of 178,000 people. It does seem like this was a state in which Senator Sanders was projected to win from the very beginning, but it does provide more momentum for him in currently a Super Tuesday in which it seems to the majority of the momentum, especially in the southern states that have already been called, has been gone towards Biden.
Yeah, this is quite interesting in Colorado, just looking at the numbers here, because all four candidates get above the 15% threshold, making that divide in delegates quite large. They'll be pretty much divided, and all four candidates will get delegates. So this is a very interesting, and Michael Bloomberg does come in second place.
Right.
So
This is the first state in which Mayor Bloomberg has taken this position with 24% currently. Definitely a big achievement for Bloomberg in this campaign so far.
Yeah, he struggled at the start. He said he wasn't going to run. He struggled on the first debate stage, but he is coming out on the first primary night, and he seems to be doing quite well. And not winning a state yet, but we will see. The night is still young, and we'll just see if he will be able to take any states. But he will sure get delegates. And speaking of taking states, I should point out that he did win American Samoa, which is a U.S. territory.
Absolutely. Going back to California as our home state right now, we have been getting a few more reports from students voting at the Carthay Circle voting station, and they currently are saying that only one polling booth is working. We have seen a few issues in the ability to vote throughout in California right now, and also in Texas, and this does seem to be an issue with the infrastructure built for these votes to take place, and definitely something reminiscent of what has already has happened earlier this a month ago in Iowa. Would you like to speak to that?
Yeah, in Iowa, where they had the results took about 2 days for them to come out because of this app that malfunctioned, and then they could not report, the precinct captains could not report the results properly, and that is a kind of a worry in the state of California, where they completely redid how the voting machines work here, and they redid the process in general. People in this state have been able to vote since February 22nd, and that's not early voting. So they've just been able to go to their local voting location and cast their ballots. So I don't know how long California will take, but that is quite interesting, and we'll keep an eye on that.
Right. We have about an hour and 20 minutes left until polling closes in California. But as we've already talked about, that will likely go a little bit longer than right after the polls are closed.
And another interesting thing about California is, besides for the presidency, all their other races are top two-tier finish winners. So even if two Democrats finish in the top two, those are the two people that will advance to the runoff. So potentially, you'll see in some congressional districts today, you'll know whether if it's going to be a Democrat who's going to win the congressional districts or not, because you'll see that two Democrats or two Republicans have won. So that and much more with California. It's a big state with many different counties. We saw many candidates come out here for the first time in quite some time, because California used to be a primary in June. But now, since we're in March, many candidates came out here. We saw Pete Buttigieg, Elizabeth Warren was here last night, and candidates even like, as we said, Joe Biden was here tonight. Bernie Sanders has made multiple stops, Tulsi Gabbard, and just many candidates trying to get out the vote in California. The biggest delegate prize of the whole election season, and we're just going to see who's going to be able to take that home.
Right. So looking back at our map, once again, Tennessee and Colorado were called in this last time space in which we've talked. Most of the other states, Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota, Maine, and Massachusetts, are still up for grabs. Currently, Texas being favored for Bernie Sanders, while all the other states being favored very slightly for Vice President Biden. We will get back to you soon, around 7:30, with when more results come in. And thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. So at 7:30 we'll have more results from the state of Utah that will be coming out when the polls close in just about 14 minutes. But we'll bring that to you, and then California coming up right after that. So we'll see you later, and continue to have a great night.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benjamin Hampson. I'm the polling director for the Shalhevet Boiling Point, alongside editor-in-chief of the Shalhevet Boiling, Jake Lefkowitz-Brooks.
Happy to be back.
We have some breaking news at the moment. Utah has just been declared for Senator Bernie Sanders. With less than 1% reporting, Bernie Sanders wins, but with 32.7% of the vote. Coming in second place is Michael Bloomberg. Also breaking, Oklahoma has been declared for Vice President Joe Biden. Arkansas has been declared for Vice President Joe Biden. And Arkansas has been declared for Vice President Joe Biden. Still awaiting further results from Minnesota, Massachusetts, Maine, and Texas as we continue our reporting this Tuesday evening. Jacob, anything to add regarding the results?
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like we've just been continuing this trend in terms of Vice President Biden taking home Oklahoma and Arkansas, in addition to the other southern states of Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia. Really an impressive night for Biden in that regard. As we talked about, moving further west, the expectation has been that Senator Sanders will be taking some more of these votes. And as we've already seen in both Colorado and Utah, he has taken a pretty sizable majority, and that's winning being declared the winner pretty quickly, as opposed to some of the other states which have taken a while. Now, something else we want to talk about is some still pretty contested elections right now in Minnesota, as well as Maine and Texas. In all three of these states, they're extremely close. In Texas right now, Senator Sanders only winning right now by about 5%. Currently 29% for Bernie and 23.5% for Biden. And that's with 24% reporting in the entire state of Texas. Yeah, Benjamin, why don't you think we have the results yet for Texas? Why aren't they calling it?
There has been a lot of lines in Texas and around the state, as other states like California, where we've seen a lot of just lines which have caused them to not be able to report results because you have hours of lines after the results should have, after the polls should have closed. So that's a possibility within the results in Texas. It's 24% reporting, so that's pretty average. The polls closed about an hour and a half ago. This sometimes how long it takes. It is a close race, so that's why they haven't probably called it yet. It's 6% hasn't reported yet. My apologies. It's a 6% difference between Biden and Biden and Sanders. So with that 24%, you can look at places like El Paso, where only one of the 191 precincts are reporting, and that one precinct is reporting for Bernie. But who was the former congressman from El Paso, Beto O'Rourke? Beto O'Rourke just endorsed Biden. So a major city like El Paso, Texas, that district, we should see more results before the election's called for Bernie, who's leading.
Right. And another factor to take into importance here is that, as opposed to some other states where we only have two viable candidates, that's being over 15%, if you didn't know that already. Currently in Texas, we have three candidates, that being Senator Sanders, Vice President Biden, and Mayor Bloomberg, all over 15%, with Senator Warren approaching that at 13.1% right now. So this could split a lot of the delegates, and the total, actually 228 delegates among several different candidates.
So right now, 572 delegates have been declared by the Associated Press. Of those, Joe Biden has 303, Bernie Sanders has 198. So Bernie was just leading yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
We thought Bernie was on a roll, he was doing quite well, but Biden came in out of nowhere for this incredible Super Tuesday victory lap around the southern states, coming around taking all the southern states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. And if he does manage to pull off Texas, that'll just boost his what already has been a good night. And he's leading in Minnesota and Massachusetts.
Right.
So this is a great night for Biden, a campaign that was really, everyone thought that it was kind of a bit dying here, but he's been able to rebound it. And from a campaign that has never won a primary before last Saturday, he has now won 7 primaries.
Right.
That is quite incredible for Vice President.
Absolutely. Benjamin, I think your mic might be off. Definitely, I think something that we're important to talk about here is that in a lot of these states, Vice President Biden, who really did not have that much fundraising for his campaign, he really did not have that much fundraising in any of these states, like talking about Arkansas and Tennessee especially, in both of these states, and also did not even have that much of a campaign presence. And yet, he somehow managed to pull off extreme victories in all of these states. That's incredibly impressive, especially considering the fact that, as we've talked about, he had really no candidates as of yesterday. I mean, as of 2 days ago before South Carolina. And something really important to talk about is really just the momentum he's gained since then.
We have some breaking news right now. Joe Biden has been declared the winner of Minnesota with 49% reporting. Joe Biden will take the state with 37.8%. Coming in second place is Bernie Sanders with 30.5%. And at the moment, Elizabeth Warren does cross the threshold for receiving delegates at 16.1%. So all great news as Biden really does continue this impressive victory lap tonight. It's really something. And it's also so close in Maine right now between Biden and Bernie. So Biden could just be getting started. California, the most delegates we're going to see just coming up at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. We're 24 minutes away from where we are live in Los Angeles, where we're going to see the most delegates being allocated.
Right, and something talking about in California right now is that in a lot of different polling locations, there has been huge long lines, and something which has been incredibly interesting that isn't just in LA. It's been all throughout the state. In fact, the Sanders campaign has even asked a judge to keep these polling places open for an extra 2 hours to allow more people to vote. Currently, we have these incredibly long lines and a lot of malfunctioning machines at these polling places, limiting the amount of people that can be polled at once. They can vote at once, and that has really led to this problem that we're seeing right there. So definitely expect once we get up to when the California voting closes at 8 p.m. here, we might not get those results right away.
Yeah, although I think that you honestly could potentially see some results coming from one of the many precincts even throughout the state of California. We have a big state here. You could potentially see stuff coming from smaller counties that could be very substantial, and especially we have a lot of congressional districts in the state, which also should be looked at. We have some interesting propositions on the ballot in this state, so there's a lot to look at.
Right, and going back to another thing we've been talking about, another narrative, has been Mayor Bloomberg really not seeing that type of success that many envisioned with the amount of money that he spent on his campaign. Really, currently he has not won a single state. He has won American Samoa, but that only has 6 votes, that territory. And he has finished second or third in several states, but definitely not enough to get him to a point where he could be elected in the possible Democratic convention in Milwaukee later this year in June. So right now, definitely not the best night for Bloomberg, but we'll see how that keeps going. There have been several states in which he campaigned very hard, especially Utah being one of them, spending over $3 million in ads, which is some of the most significant ever spent in the state, and yet losing pretty handily to Senator Sanders. Still, he will likely receive delegates right now at 18% of the vote, but unlikely that he will be able to overtake Bernie Sanders at 31%. Or so really almost impossible.
Right now, Massachusetts is the only state that where Biden is leading, where it hasn't gotten called for Biden. He's leading right now by about 7 points, so that could potentially get called for Biden quite soon. But just continuing what we were talking about, Bloomberg, $500 million, and he has failed to really break through tonight. And I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the end of the campaign. He certainly has the means to continue funding it, but this is really something for the Bloomberg campaign. He has received minimal delegates thus far, and we'll see if he's going to be able to gain many more.
Yeah, definitely talking about the votes that we've had at Shalhevet, many people going towards Mayor Bloomberg. So we'll see how that ends up going, whether people who are currently in line, and we do have several students currently waiting, in lines at different precincts to vote. So we'll see if that, if what they've already heard from these elections so far will change those votes.
Yes. So no, these lines do make a huge difference overall. Just waiting in line for hours upon hours just to cast your ballots, and I don't know necessarily if the race will potentially get given more time. I doubt it, but we'll see. I think Bernie thinks that might like delegitimize a potential loss on his part, but we'll see what happens, and we'll have to see what happens in this state.
Right. So we would like to just play one more video that we showed a little bit earlier, but not a lot of people saw. That was made about different teachers' opinions on how students should be voting in this election and which process they should be using. We still have several students left who have not yet voted. So if you're watching, please take this advice.
I think that kids are turning 18 and they have the privilege of voting and they need to be better informed. I think you should thumb through all stations, not just Fox News or whatever your parents watch. You make up your own mind and think about the issues. Are you in favor of correcting public schools of asbestos, but you go to private school, your parents pay a lot of money for private school? Things like that. You have to know what's going
on. Be informed. Know who you're voting for, why you're voting for them. Know the people that are on all sides and what their issues are. I think being informed, having an informed electorate is really important.
So first of all, go out and vote. That's my number one advice. Also, research your candidates. Don't just listen to what other people say or look at social media. Really do your research, and also look who's into like funding campaigns. Meaning, like, I would look in to see, like, for each candidate that you're exploring, like, who, like, what interest groups or what corporations are funding or providing or pushing money into campaigns, because that can tell you a lot underneath the surface. I think it can kind of give insight into future motivations and future actions.
I would say vote responsibly. Know the issues, know what you're talking about. You're going to hear people telling you all kinds of things. Do the research for yourself, make decisions for yourself, and learn as much as you can.
It's a really hard question. I think there's a strategic and a policy perspective. So you can pick a candidate based on whoever you think most aligned with your value or values. Hopefully you have more than one. Or you can pick a candidate strategically based on the sorts of people who you think might win. So there are two in the Democratic primary. There are kind of two wings of the Democratic Party right now. Do you want a more progressive candidate, or do you want a more moderate candidate? And picking the candidate that is most likely to win of those streams is another way to go. Ultimately, I've decided to go with who aligns with my values most, and that's where I'm going to vote rather than the pragmatic approach.
I think there's two different ways to do it. I don't think one way is the right way versus another. I understand both approaches.
Same advice about every important decision in your life. Do research, be thoughtful, get the facts, get the information, and make a real opinion that is based on your own feelings, your own values, and not the opinion of those that are around you. The idea of being 18 years old means that you are, the United States of America feels that you are qualified to make a decision on your own, and that means that you don't have to make the same decision as your parents, although you can. You don't have to make a decision as your friends. You are an independent person, which means the government of this country trusts you to make your own decisions. So take advantage of that opportunity and don't treat it lightly.
I think it's very important to not just look at the candidates and see what they can do for you as an individual, but more so as a whole society. A lot of them are kind of similar, some of them are different, but also what is going to better us as a whole. So I would want them to kind of take that into consideration when it comes to like choosing their candidates. And then also understanding that everybody's not the same. Look at the same when it comes to like living circumstances and how one thing would better one but not the other. So just always take that into consideration as well. Some people are just always going to be okay in life, but some people actually do need the president to actually be able to help them out. So just like really sit and ponder and understand that the president is here for everybody, not just for one particular group.
Hello, we're back. We haven't received any new confirmations on states that have been called. And yet, just as a quick recap, in Massachusetts, we have 33.5% of the vote going towards Vice President Biden and only 26% of the vote going towards Senator Sanders. So likely this will end up going towards, the state will end up going towards Vice President Biden. However, there will be, Senator Warren also will get some of these delegates. Now, talking about Maine, it's incredibly close up there. Only a difference of 600 votes with 38% reporting. Bernie Sanders at 33.9% and Joe Biden at 33.6%. Lastly, the last state which hasn't been called yet, Texas, we're at 24% reporting. Bernie Sanders with 29% of the vote, and Joe Biden with 23.9%.
It's also important to note that in Texas, just the lack of results from some important cities like El Paso and San Antonio, where we just don't have many results. We have like one precinct out of some very important cities.
Yeah, once again, so these three states don't seem like they're going to be called in the next little bit, but they definitely might be called within the next hour. And just talking about the narrative so far this night, it really seems like Joe Biden has been very much endorsed, has been supported by his endorsements of Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar, who dropped out in this past week. That has really brought him to success in states like Minnesota, North Carolina, and Virginia, and also possibly Massachusetts, as we'll find out later. But these states have really been the strongest components of success for Vice President Biden, and they've really carried him in the Super Tuesday, giving him all of his first victories in any primary.
Yes, it's really been spectacular for Joe Biden tonight, and we should see some pickup in the future primaries in March and going through before the convention.
Absolutely. Once again, for any Bernie Sanders supporter and for the Bernie Sanders campaign, we still have Texas and California, two vastly biggest states in Super Tuesday and in the nation, as well as New York, which will be happening later in the year. But these two states, which are going Texas, which seems to be very much in favor of Bernie, and California, which has been projected to win by Sanders. These two states will likely balance out some of the all the states which Vice President Biden won earlier today.
And just to point out that the polls in California are closing in 12 minutes, but if you are watching and you are in line, you are still allowed to vote if you are in line.
Absolutely.
So
don't
just
exit.
to point out, don't exit. The polls are open and you are allowed to cast your ballot even if you're in line after 8 o'clock. And we will be back with more of the California results.
Yes, we should be back around 8:15 as the California results start to trickle in, and we will bring you more insight and analysis on Shalhevet's own voting, as well as bring you an interview with Shalhevet's own econ and government teacher, as well as civics teacher, Mr. William Roosh. Thank you very much for tuning in so far. We really appreciate your viewership, and we will be back around 8:15. Thank you.
The mics are on.
Yes.
Video capture device adding to this video capture device.
Check.
All right, awesome. That's there. And then we have one more. We're doing a screen.
We'll ask about Biden.
Didn't you want to do graphics? We have had no graphics. It's been probably
Yeah,
very.
you want to make graphics right now?
No, weren't you gonna do like graphics by our side?
Skype.
So, whatever. Are we on?
We're not on, are we?
Call. So we're connected to fine.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Roosh.
Hey, what's going on?
Can you see me?
No.
Okay. Well, I guess you won't be able to.
Can you see me?
I can. So,
Yeah.
we're going to be introducing you in about 1 minute. So, if you can hold on.
Okay, who's this going out to?
Sorry?
This is going out to the entire...
We're live.
The entire world.
Oh, we're not live yet.
Yeah, we
We're
are.
not-
No, it's stopped. Oh, shoot.
Oh.
Oh, that's bad.
Sam? Thanks.
All right. Okay, Mr. Rouge. So, here we have civics and government economics teacher, Mr. William Rouge, and he's here to comment on the 2020 election. So, why don't you just go ahead and introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself before we interview you.
Okay, yeah. I'm Mr. Roosh. I've been at Shalhevet for 7 years, I think. I taught government economics since I started there, and U.S. history since I started there, and then this year I'm teaching civics. A teacher that teaches government, and I can't stand the education system or the political system.
Okay. Can you elaborate on why?
Yeah, I think it's just entrenched and outdated and needs to be fixed. So that's why I'm in it. Because
Okay.
I think you can fix things better from the inside.
Now, can I ask you about which candidate do you support and did you vote for and why?
So, because I'm involved with a nonprofit called Heterodox Academy, it's a 501c3. And it has political things. I can't formally endorse anybody, but I do like the idea of Andrew Yang, Tulsi Gabbard, and Bernie Sanders in what they bring to the table as far as challenging the status quo and things like that. I'm kind of a anti-big system, change things kind of progressive person in those ways. So those are the people that I really liked.
Okay. And as far as Tulsi Gabbard and Andrew Yang, Bernie Sanders has suffered a little bit of this, but what do you think the media's role was in both Andrew Yang's initial success and then dropping out, and then Tulsi Gabbard's, she does not really getting any mentioning by the media? What do you think the media's role was in both Andrew Yang's initial success and then dropping out, and then Tulsi Gabbard's, Can you hear me? Getting any mentioning by the media?
Yeah, look, I mean, I take the role of being a teacher pretty seriously. You guys are young, and I don't want to build you into being cynical adults. I also don't think it's good to put on a tinfoil hat and things like that, but I think it just is becoming, we have access to so much information. If we choose our information wisely and we do our homework, we can see truth. I think it's just so abundantly clear what media does for people that don't, quote unquote, play ball. And the difference between Bernie and Tulsi is Bernie has been at it for 5 years nonstop and has just built this coalition that is just undeniable. And because of that, the media can try and badmouth them and stuff like that. I mean, they can say a lot of terrible stuff and people just don't care. Whereas someone who's like a new name like Andrew Yang or Tulsi Gabbard, it's a lot easier. Andrew Yang was a little bit more neutral, like he didn't really piss people off because he wasn't as attacking, where Tulsi Gabbard went after she went after Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris and people who are very entrenched in the party, so the party gets really turned against her. I think it's pretty obvious that media plays favorites, and I think that's risky.
So
it's not democratic. Democracy should be about giving us information so we can choose our best representatives, and I don't think that that's necessarily happening.
All right. Benjamin has a question for you.
Okay, hi, Mr. Roosh. This is Benjamin.
Hey,
So,
thanks for bringing me on, guys. It's really cool you're doing this.
Um,
Like, as a civics teacher, I just think it's amazing. You guys are spending your Super Tuesday at school doing this stuff. It's really incredible.
so Tulsi Gabbard got one delegate tonight from American Samoa. She came in second place to Michael Bloomberg. What are your feelings on why she had some support in American Samoa, and just about her getting the one delegate?
Well, that's easy. That's essentially, she's, native Hawaiian. She's Pacific Islander. And people vote for who represents them. And Donald Trump is an elite Democrat from Manhattan, but then switched parties, put on a red hat, and said, "I'm going to fight for you coal miners." And all the coal miners said, "All right, well, someone's fighting for us. I'll go with this guy." People just want to feel like they're fighting for us. That's what Bernie Sanders is. Bernie Sanders is representing. He's going to Native American reservations. No one else is going there. So they go, okay, well, this guy's at least fighting for us. So Tulsi Gabbard, just people see in Samoa, they see them in her. And I think that's probably why.
Yeah. Okay, here's back to Sam.
Do you see Tulsi Gabbard eventually running as an independent?
I don't see it just because, as far as, I think I'm going to go on her word until she gives me reason otherwise. I think there's a lot of politicians that you can't really trust them because they have a long track record of not backing up what they say.
Mm-hmm.
I just haven't seen that yet from her, but she's, kind of new in the game. So she says she's not going to run as an independent. So I think it's wise to not run as an independent. I don't think you have much of a shot, so I don't see why she would do that.
And
I think she wants to change the look. Democrats are supposed to be the party of the people. Republicans are supposed to be the party of the educated elite. And I think that Andrew Yang, Bernie Sanders, Tulsi Gabbard want to for the people. I think that's essentially what they're running on. So the best way to change the system is from inside of it, like I said before.
Do you think in a situation in which someone like Biden wins, as opposed to more anti-establishment candidates like Bernie, Tulsi, or Yang, do you think they've played their role in moving the dialogue, further away from the establishment?
Do I think Biden's going to move it further away from the elite Democrats and the corporations and stuff like that are running the party? No.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I think look at what happened the past couple days. Okay, again, this is a little tinfoil hattish, but this is pro wrestling. That's the way I see it. Okay, and it's a strategy. It's a strategy. The Democrats want to win. They want to win the House. They want to win the Senate. They want to win the presidency. So if your team is, the Eagles, and you're going up against the Cowboys, you're going to do what you need to do to have the Eagles win. So they pulled the centers, the young, cool centers, or like the people who have a little bit of, momentum behind them, Klobuchar and Buttigieg. They dropped out. Obama gave them a call and said, "Hey, get behind Joe." And they did right away, rank and file. And then, they probably, I'm guessing, called up Warren and said, "Hey, stay in this for a while because she's pulling delegates away from Bernie." So it's just everyone's falling into line because if they play ball with their party, it's their club. We're all belonging to a club. We all belong to a team. If you're on the basketball team and, Ryan says, "Hey, take one for the team," you do it. I'm not even saying that it's necessarily wrong. I'm just saying that, people are looking out for their team. So it seems pretty clear that that's what's going on. And, and I worry that the Democratic Party is going to be just become more and more fractured. And I don't know what that means, especially for the people that are really scared of another 4 years of Trump. I think that if you're a member of the Democratic Party, I think you need to hold them accountable because the or what matters. I talk about that in my class all the time. If Bernie would get the most delegates and they decide to have, but not a majority, and they decide to have a contested convention and say, "No, we're going to give it to Biden," the Bernie Democrats have to give an or what, because 10% of Bernie guys went to Trump last time, but the Democrats might be looking now and say, "Oh, we got rid of those anti-establishment riffraff Bernie people. These people stuck with us; they'll stick with us again." And if you don't have an or what, you can't. If you give an ultimatum, you have to be able to back it up. And I don't know. So I hope that Democrats within the party, or if if I hope they call out their own party if they don't like the way that they're acting. But maybe they do. I don't know. Like, I'm a little bit more anti-establishment, I guess, than the average Democrats.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Roosh, this is Benjamin again. Just now, as we've been speaking, Joe Biden was declared the winner of Massachusetts. That's his 8th win of the night. Massachusetts is home to Senator Elizabeth Warren. What do you feel Elizabeth Warren should do after tonight? She came in 3rd place with about 11 points below Biden. Do you feel that she should drop out, and what are your feelings on this primary?
Look, I don't know about should. I mean, should for who? For herself, her long-term career, for the country? Like, that's a complicated question. I think probably what she would do strategy-wise is, I mean, she's a senator. She's, deeply entrenched in the Democratic Party. She's probably going to get behind Biden, I'm guessing. I don't know. I don't see why she would get behind Bernie, even though she probably aligns with him politically more. I think that she's probably going to try and stay in the good graces of her party. But I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
It's hard to predict politics. We have President Trump. You know what I mean?
Now, I want to ask you about your role as a civics teacher.
Yes.
What do you think your role is as a civics teacher in shaping the election? I know you have a lot of influence in the classroom. So what do you think your role is?
Well, thank you. I mean, I hope to have some sort of influence, but that's a tricky thing because I don't want to influence your thinking into thinking the way I think necessarily, other than just I want you to not what to think, but how to. And maybe that sounds corny, but it's really, I mean, I've taught most of you guys, like, hopefully you kind of see that. Like, I give my opinion, but I'm open to criticism. I think what I'm trying to do is get you guys to think, get you guys to challenge things. And, if you are a never Trumper, I think you should go to a Trump rally. And if you are terrified of Bernie Sanders, and his socialist ideas, I think you should go to a Bernie rally. I think we should not be scared of ideas. That Abraham Lincoln quote, it's like, he said something along the lines, I forget even who he's talking about. He's like, I don't like that man. I need to know him better. And that's what I try to promote in the civics classroom. I think that we need to stop seeing the other side as necessarily wrong or bad or anything like that. We can still disagree. I think we should disagree, but we have to try to understand it. Really, steel man, it's like a very Shalhevet thing, like steel man, the other side. So we deeply understand why people support the people that they do, and understand it deeply, and then disagree. And it's great to disagree with something that you really understand.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It does. One last question, just about this book that you are teaching in your class. Can you tell us about it and how you think it relates to what you just said about hearing all sides?
Yeah. So, No Labels Guide to the 2020 election. It breaks down like a pathway to unity. How do we heal like this massive divide that we have in the country? And then it goes through 8 different controversial kind of big ideas. So it's like healthcare and energy and gun violence, all these different things that are really pertinent, immigration. And it breaks down what is the issue, and it's as bipartisan, non-biased as you can get. And the way it does that is it says this is the best argument for a conservative, this is the best argument for a liberal, and these are the questions we should ask Donald Trump, these are the questions we should ask the Democratic nominee based on their party platforms and stuff. And I just think that I was looking for some sort of way to inform my seniors, because you guys are going to go in and vote. Like, how do you go in informed? I think if we don't have an informed electorate, it's a really dangerous thing. Like, if you don't know who you're voting for, you're voting based on something that you just really don't understand. I think that's really dangerous, and it's important. When in the class we talked about, like Greek philosophers, and you look back at the founding fathers and everything like that. It was a big part of this system is to go in, inform, know what you're voting for, and not just based on who's the most charismatic or who has the best sound bites and who puts on the best show. So it's all about just trying to inform you guys and challenge your thinking. And I hope it does that. We'll see.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Roosh. We have to cut it short now. Okay. But thank you for coming on.
Wait, The delegate count.
California, we're about to go over the results now, so you join the live stream and you'll see.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Roosh. Have a good night.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, we're back with California results. Jacob, take it away.
All right. So looking at California right now, while we definitely don't have the majority of results in, we do right now have 4% reporting. And seeing how large of a state California is, we do have a large percentage of people in so far. And currently, we are at 25.6% for Bernie Sanders. Next in place, Mike Bloomberg with 21%, Joe Biden with 17%, and then Elizabeth Warren with 11%. Currently, this already means 48 pledged delegates towards Bernie Sanders, already more than some of the small states we've gone over so far. And quickly, if Bernie wins the state, that will bring him way beyond anyone else currently that has been currently beyond anything Biden's achieved.
So it's really interesting to see how Bloomberg is second place in California. We don't know if that's going to win in his favor, as California is a winner-take-all state. So it may not even matter, all this money that he put into California.
No, correctly. No, California does have some very much a representational system. So we'll see how that ends up working out. Obviously, currently the main counties that have been polled, we've got more towards the Bay Area. So Monterey County, San Benito County, Merced County, and San Mateo County are the biggest ones so far. Those, we definitely don't have the bigger counties like Santa Clara, which contains San Jose, as well as San Francisco County, which contains San Francisco, and most importantly, LA County, the biggest county in California, which has 4,357 precincts. Currently, we've heard from none of them so far, and so we'll have to see how those are going.
Yeah, we still have very little results, as Jacob said, but we still have no results from any major cities. But this 4% for Bernie is quite, with 4% reporting, Bernie Sanders does have quite a significant lead at the moment. And Michael Bloomberg, you can look, right now he's doing quite well in Napa County where he's leading. That's the only county where he leads in the state at the moment. But he's doing quite well in the state. He's been running television ads, and you can see his signs from anywhere you go in the state. So he's been really trying to advertise and just really get the vote out for Michael Bloomberg.
Yeah, talking about a few other states right now. In the two other states that we've that are still up for debate, Texas as well as Maine. We are Texas. As we've reported earlier, Bernie Sanders is still winning. However, Joe Biden has slightly creeped up and is down only about 3.1% right now, with 36 reporting. Bernie Sanders has 28.6% of the vote, while Joe Biden has 25.5%. As well as in Maine, with 47% reporting, Joe Biden with 33.9%, Bernie Sanders with 32.7%.
And just to go back to Bloomberg, the amount of money he put into California is way above the other candidates. He spent, according to 538, he spent $36 million in TV ads over about 50,000 airings, in comparison to Bernie Sanders, who's right underneath him in TV ads with 5.5 million.
Right.
So that's a huge disparity between the candidates. So it's interesting to see how all this money that he put in, and he's still only coming out second.
Right, and lastly, something we didn't bring up earlier was that during the break, Massachusetts was called for Joe Biden, as we had discussed briefly with Mr. Roosh. Something really important about that, being the home state of Elizabeth Warren, it was widely expected that she would either do extremely well in that in the state, but has actually ended up in third place right now with only 19.6% of the vote. Also something unexpected, the Bernie Sanders campaign talking about earlier how they expected Warren to be their main challenger. However, really surprisingly here, as has gone for the rest of the country, for most of the country, Joe Biden really taking control in a lot of these states, more towards the East Coast. We will like to bring you right now to a pretty serious issue. the polls going on in California right now, a lot of these lines taking, even though polls have closed, a lot of these lines are taking an extremely long amount of time to get people to vote. Currently, we have our very own student, Toby Lee, we will be bringing in momentarily to who's currently in line waiting to vote, and he will be telling you about what it's like on the ground.
I'm just going to add one more thing before we get to that. Right now in Santa Barbara County, we actually just got 68 of their 196 precincts reporting. And with that, Bernie Sanders got a very nice lead in the state. Now he's leading by 7 points with 5% reporting as Santa Barbara County just came in.
All right.
And LA County might be soon.
All right, we're bringing in Toby Lee right now. Toby, can you tell me where you are?
I'm currently at, give me 1 second. I'm at the Beverly Hills Public Library, and which is connected to the Beverly Hills City Hall. I'm with 6 amazing strangers that I've just met, and we are currently in line. I've been in line for an hour and a half or so, and I'm waiting to vote for the first time.
Yeah, how long was the line originally when you got there?
The line was very, very long when I got here, and it's still very, very long. So essentially how City Hall works, it's a circle. So like right now I'm on one of the edges of the circle, and around the block is a huge line of voters, and it's really just a scene that I won't forget in my life. This is like one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. I feel like I'm so secluded from everything else going on in my life, just like homework, things that will that this feels like such a cool bubble, and I'm so excited to vote. I haven't even gotten into the building, but this is a really cool thing that I won't forget.
Has anyone made any announcements, like talking to you about like when polls are closing, or anything about what's going on inside the station?
So when I first got to the line, I was a little scared that I wasn't going to be able to vote, because I got there around 7 o'clock, and they say polls close at 8 o'clock, but then I got announcements from people who run the polls that if I got in line before 8 o'clock, and I did, that I would still be able to vote. So voting is still going on, and I'm assuming it'll still be going on for the next hour or so, because there are still hundreds of people behind me, and but I'm close. I'm closer to the pack. But essentially, the rule that they've been telling everyone is that if you get in line before 8 o'clock, you can vote. So and people also, there have been announcements about write-in. About if you have write-in ballots, you can come with me and you can come inside, so you don't have to wait in line. Or there have been announcements about going upstairs and voting, having just a write-in poll, a write-in ballot where you write your candidates in, and it doesn't get counted tonight, but it will get counted in the next 40 days. So it was essentially an incentive for people to vote earlier to get out quicker. So.
All right, Toby, this is Sam. How many people do you think, do you estimate are with you waiting in line right now?
Let's see. Probably a couple hundred. Maybe like, I don't know. Maybe like 150, 100. Not a couple hundred, but like at least 100 or 150. It's a very thick line. It's a very, very packed area.
All right, let me ask you. I believe you said before you were considering Biden as your candidate of choice. Is that currently your top choice? Is that who you're going to vote for?
I'm either going to vote for Biden or Bernie. Honestly, I had some discussions with actually Jacob today and Ms. Crincoli, and I'm kind of hooked on Bernie, to be honest. So I might vote for Bernie, but I also see that Biden is a safe choice, and in terms of one of my goals is getting Trump out of office, so I think Biden might have a better shot than Bernie. So it's one of those two. I don't think I'll vote for Warren or Bloomberg, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's Biden or Bernie, and I'm kind of.
And sorry, one more question, or another question I'd like to ask. Currently, Bernie Sanders is winning in California. He is up by about 6.9% right now. And that is with that is with 13% reporting. He has 26.6% of the vote. But really, tonight has been a huge night for Biden, winning all throughout the South, and as well as Minnesota and Massachusetts. Do you think that Biden's success throughout the rest of the country would make you want to go against the majority of the voters so far in California?
I honestly don't know, because if Biden's doing really well, I might want to go with him. But also, on the other hand, can you clarify with me, Jacob, how many delegates does California have? Because that also impacts my decision.
So it's 415 delegates in total. But that does not mean that it's not winner take all. So if Bernie is to win the majority or the plurality of delegates in the state, that doesn't mean that he will take all the votes. They currently, if results were to hold, Mike Bloomberg and Joe Biden would both get some votes as well, some delegates as well, or a good amount of delegates.
But Bernie would get the most.
Yes.
Okay. So, to be honest, if California is an impactful state, and I have the power to vote for Bernie and give him some more support, then I might do that.
So, Toby, let me ask you, why are you making your decision? Why is one of the big factors, it seems, based on how how Bernie is doing in California?
I don't think that is a big factor. Maybe I don't think that is a big factor. I think it's more about just how I feel and who I think the best candidate is. But I think it's also hard to not look at the polls and not see who's doing the best and stick to your vote and stick to your guns. But personally, I'm going to vote for Bernie or Biden, as I said, based off of how I feel when I get into the ballot, when I get into the room. But also, I feel strongly about both candidates, but I think both would do great things for our country.
What are your considerations and concerns with both Biden and Bernie?
Good question. I think that Bernie is very radical. He's a game changer. He's a shaker. He's a mover. He really can make an impact, but I also think that could come off very strong for Americans, especially when they've seen Obama, who, as Mr. Coley and Jacob described to me, is a neoliberal, Jacob, do you mind if I'm calling you out?
Whatever you can choose.
Okay. Sorry, I don't know. You just enlightened me this morning, so thank you.
Just trying to provide information.
Yeah. So they kind of defined for me what a neoliberal was.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that a problem with Bernie is that he's very just different than all the other candidates, which is good, but also can turn Americans off. So I don't know if he has the steam or the power to really win in a general election against Trump. And I think Biden, on the other hand, contrastingly, is very status quo. I think things I'm not sure if he would dramatically fix things compared to what Trump has done. But also, Biden has a very big strength because a lot of Democrats loved Obama. And I think they associate Biden with Obama. So I think that him being vice president was a huge advantage for him. So I personally think it's going to come down to Biden and Bernie, but we will wait and see.
All right. Thank you so much, Toby.
Thank you, Toby. Benjamin, do you have a question for him? All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck getting your vote in. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I'll let you know when I cast my vote.
For sure. Thank you.
We have some more results in California right now, with 15% reporting. Bernie Sanders stands at 26.6%, followed by Michael Bloomberg at... Oh, wow, it changed as we were talking. Bernie currently stands at 26.7, Bloomberg at 19.5, Biden at 17.7. This is as Fresno County just gave us initial results, where Bernie Sanders leads currently with 28.4% in that county while we were talking with Toby. Mm-hmm. We also did get San Diego County, with the majority of their results. Also for Bernie, 27.3 to 18.3. Still awaiting stuff from Sacramento, San Francisco, San Jose, and Los Angeles. But this is an active state, and it looks like Bernie will be doing quite well in the state.
Absolutely. And one more thing to take into factor is that a lot of these votes that we've counted have been tallied up prior to voting today, with California allowing for people to vote prior to this one night. And that means that a lot of votes already, as have been tallied up, have gone towards candidates who are not currently in the race, including about 12% of the votes right now going to Pete Buttigieg. So if you're looking from the Biden perspective, those, if Mayor Pete ends up becoming a viable candidate, then those votes definitely could go towards Joe Biden.
So it's very interesting to see how Pete Buttigieg, even though he has dropped out, he's still getting votes. On the ballot, it includes candidates that have dropped out even months ago,
right.
And it also allows for write-in candidates. So do you think that the amount of support that Pete Buttigieg is getting can actually, even though he's dropped out, can actually affect the top contenders?
Oh, definitely. As is already shown, there are a lot of people who voted for him, and he definitely has made an impression on a lot of people. I think the majority of these votes are probably people that already cast their ballots. There definitely could be some people who are swayed by what they've already seen of Buttigieg, and seeing him on the ballot, they won't know that he's already dropped out, so they might end up voting for him. But I do think the majority of people who are very actively interested in Mayor Buttigieg will have heard his endorsement of Joe Biden a few days ago, and will definitely be casting their votes in that order.
And I think even though Bernie Sanders is winning in California currently, it is sort of a blow to him that Michael Bloomberg is so close behind him. In order for Bernie to actually tally up all the support, he needs to come out as a real top contender, such as Joe Biden did in South Carolina with, I believe, 49 or 47% of the vote, as opposed to Bernie, who is in the 20s.
Absolutely. I do think we need to see some more of these counties, looking at like LA County, San Francisco County, and Sacramento County. I think we need to be looking at some of those counties before we make bigger judgments about what's going on in the state. But definitely, California is a very big state, and with a lot of very diverse opinions, and it makes sense that it's been split among candidates like Bloomberg and Biden, as well as Bernie.
Yeah, I agree. The state has we have a lot of candidates running to begin with, and many of them just recently dropped out. And in a state like California, where the early voting, you could have voted since February 22nd, when Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar looked like they were on a roll, but that wasn't the case. So that's why we see so much support going to them right now, where it could have went to Joe Biden, who they endorsed,
Right.
and that really will affect the returns from tonight. But we should wait to see how it plays out, because Bernie has it nice lead at the moment.
Absolutely, and looking back at the two other states that have not been called yet, Texas and Maine, both of which are in very narrow leads by Bernie Sanders. Currently looking in Texas, we talked earlier, Bernie had about a 7-point lead at its highest, and has now shrunk down to about a 1.8% lead, with 52% of the state reporting. This is a very complicated state, and it might be another situation in which we don't have answers for a while. Though we might be waiting until sometime like tomorrow night. A lot of important counties, like Harris County, where Houston is, Bexar County, where San Antonio is, as well as Travis County, where Austin is located in, have not gotten in the majority of their votes yet. And those definitely will play a huge factor in who ends up getting this nomination, which really seems between Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden.
All right, and in the spirit of polls coming in, we'd like to show you, we conducted a Shalhevet poll of all seniors eligible to vote. So we'd like to show that to you. We'll be back in 2 minutes with the results.
delegates, which will really balance out what Biden has done tonight in the South. So Bernie really did have a very good night. And while I have the mic, we actually just got results from LA County, where Bernie Sanders leads 32.2% to Michael Bloomberg with 18% and Joe Biden with 17.3%. So these are the first results we've seen yet in LA County, and this is probably just what pushed Bernie Sanders over the edge to be declared the winner of the state of California.
All right. Turns out we had a slight mic issue with the poll results, so I'm going to quickly go through them for anyone who did not hear. We had 37 responses from Shalhevet seniors who were eligible to vote. We did not manage to get every single senior, so we have a margin of error of about 2.7%. So it looks like 68% of respondents are registered to vote. Now you are able to register to vote at certain polling places. It's about a 50-50 split between whether the candidates know, whether the voters know where they will be voting. Now, as far as politically, we have, as Mrs. Salem, the art teacher here, as she commented previously, modern Orthodox electorate tends to be more conservative. That's reflected here with the Republican block of 35.1% of the vote. Trailing behind that is independents, 24.3%, and people who are not sure, 18.9%, and Democrats are 16.2%. Now, as far as voting in the Democratic Republican primaries, which is what has just closed about an hour ago in California, we have the majority of 35.1 are voting in the Democratic primary. 24.3% are not sure, and 24.3% are voting in the Republican primary. So it's interesting to see how we have a majority of students identifying as Republican, but we do have 35.1% actually voting in the Democratic primary. So as far as the Democratic candidates, Jacob.
Yes, sorry, to bring up one more time, the majority of our at Shalhevet, the majority of people that said that they were voting in the Democratic primary chose Mike Bloomberg as well as Amy Klobuchar as their number one candidates. As for second choice, it was majority was Pete Buttigieg, as well as a few other candidates, with only two people saying that they would consider Bernie Sanders. And this, however, obviously, with Buttigieg and Klobuchar's resignation from this primary, definitely results have shifted. More people have discussed being in favor of Biden, as well as more people shifting over to Bloomberg. As well as when it comes to people saying whether they want to vote for people whose policies they agree with versus candidates who they think could beat Donald Trump, as is very common throughout the majority of this country. A vast majority of people said that they would rather vote for a candidate who they agree with on the majority of issues.
Now, as far as, just to go back to the Democratic results, we only have 14 responses because the way the poll was conducted, if a voter selected that they were voting in the Democratic primary, we would ask them about the Democratic questions, and if they were voting in the Republican primary, we would ask them the Republican questions. So we don't have all 37 answering this question. So it's interesting to see the amounts of consideration that people are giving to candidates. Michael Bloomberg gets the most consideration, with Pete Buttigieg and Amy Klobuchar coming in with both second place as far as consideration. The least consideration is Tom Steyer, with only one person considering him for to vote in the Democratic primary. So now for Republican candidates, Benjamin.
For the Republican candidates, 100% of them chose to consider Donald Trump and President Trump, and their first choice were also 100% was Donald Trump. Now, these were 9 responses because, as Sam said, we you won't have every single. It does only. We only pull the Republicans in the primary, so who will be voting in the primary. So 100% of them said that they will be supporting President Donald Trump, and then as opposed to Bill Wells, his Republican competitor, who got 0% in the Republican candidate first choice.
I'd like to
amongst
point out that I believe Bill Weld currently has one delegate in the Republican presidential nomination race, as opposed to President Trump, who has, what, 900?
Something around there. Bill Weld won his delegate after New Hampshire.
So he's, as far as the delegate goes, he's doing the same successfully as Tulsi Gabbard, even though currently reflected in our poll here, he has 0% of the support.
Right. I'd just like to interrupt really quickly. We'll get back to the poll and discuss more about the Republican primary and the upcoming national election and the perspective that our students had on that. But right now, on Texas, we've been talking about Joe Biden creeping up on Bernie Sanders. And right now, as it currently stands with 58% reporting, Vice President Biden has taken the lead by 0.1%, and that's about 2,000 people in total in Texas. This is definitely something pretty drastic, considering earlier Bernie Sanders had about 7% of a lead. But this definitely seems like a toss-up and something we're going to need to be waiting pretty well into the night, probably even until tomorrow, to eventually find out the answers for that. As well as looking back at California, we now have about 23% reporting, and Bernie Sanders has taken 28.5% of the total vote, with Mayor Bloomberg and Joe Biden behind. Bloomberg with 19%, Biden with 16.8%. As we continue to see more results come in from counties all around California. Once again, LA County, where we're situated, 32% for Bernie Sanders and 18% for Mike Bloomberg, 17.3% for Vice President Biden. And we still have very, very, very many more precincts left to report in this county, which we're currently located in.
Yeah, so just to, Bernie Sanders, and he's doing incredibly well in the state. It does tend to vote more liberally, politically wise, and he is a more liberal choice amongst voters. So it is quite interesting to see how this plays out.
All right, so we'll have to be wrapping up in about 2 minutes, so I'm just going to quickly finish up the poll results here. So, again, for first choice, Republican candidate President Trump gets 100% of the vote. Now, as opposed to the Democratic respondents who said that 85% of which said that policy is more important than winning, Republicans 67% said that policy is more important than winning, and 33% said that both are equally important. So, for the general election, we polled people on how they would vote in the general election. For the Democratic nominee, Bernie Sanders gets 22% of the vote. 60% of the vote. I apologize. This is a question about reluctancy. So we asked students how reluctant they are to vote for certain candidates in the general election. Bernie Sanders, 60% of students said they were reluctant to vote for Bernie Sanders. The one who comes right underneath him is Elizabeth Warren with 32.4% of the vote. So those are the most far left candidates. And right underneath that, we have Joe Biden with 27% saying they are reluctant to vote for him. Now, as far as the Republican nominee, 37.8% are reluctant to vote for Donald Trump. 30% say they would not be reluctant to vote for either President Trump or Bill Weld. 27% said they were reluctant to vote for Bill Weld, and 13.5% said they were unsure. Now, as far as the partisanship that Mr. Roosh was talking about earlier, these two questions really show the differences in partisanship in this country, well, in Shalhevet. So we asked if students would vote for the Democratic nominee in the general election no matter what. 80% said they would not vote no matter what, and about 19% said they would vote no matter what. And as far as Republican nominee, students said about 75% said they would not vote for the Republican nominee no matter what, and 25% said they would vote for the Republican nominee no matter what. So they're actually pretty similar results. So Jacob, any comments about this poll?
Yeah, absolutely. So as we can see at Shalhevet, the majority of students are either leaning towards voting in the Republican, voting for Donald Trump in an ultimate national election, a federal election, and or voting for a more right-wing president, right-wing Democratic candidate. So we'll definitely see, based on who the eventual nominee is, what that would look like in the national election. But just talking about the primaries that we've already had here, definitely California seems to have differed slightly from what Shalhevet students overall are thinking. However, Mike Bloomberg doing pretty well in the state, while also doing very, very, very well in Shalhevet. Overall, however, the night really seems to have belonged, the beginning of the night really seems to have belonged to Joe Biden, taking home the states of Minnesota, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Arkansas, and Oklahoma, as well as Massachusetts. So all of these states, some of them definitely projected for Joe Biden to win, while others, namely North Carolina, Virginia, and Massachusetts and Minnesota, were really up for debate, but ended up going very strongly towards Joe Biden. That really cementing tonight as probably a win in his in his party's perspective. But talking about Bernie Sanders, he has definitely made more of a towards the end of this night, he's picked up a lot of steam. Would you like to
Yeah,
talk about
so overall, Joe Biden won 8 primaries tonight, and he currently leads in 2 in Maine and in Texas. We probably won't have results closed in Texas until probably tomorrow morning to have the final delegate counts. Overall, Bernie Sanders has won 3 primaries, Vermont, Colorado, and Utah, and currently leads in California. Again, sorry, he doesn't currently lead. He won the state of California. So he actually took 4 wins, along with Michael Bloomberg taking American Samoa. So this was overall a very good night for both Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders,
Right.
which really changed the delegate count overall.
To just describe what the delegate count right is right now, Joe Biden in the lead with 228 delegates, while Bernie Sanders 211. Although expect those things to change as more results come in from California, likely boosting up Senator Sanders, as well as we figure out what's happening in Texas, and lastly, we'll figure out in Maine, although not actually representing that much. Overall, though, it seems a great night for Senator Sanders as well as Vice President Biden. Very not great night at all for Elizabeth Warren and Mike Bloomberg. Telford winning 1 delegate. Good for her. All right.
All right. We'd just like to wrap up with a thank you to everyone who contributed. Eli Weiss, Naima Fax, Mr. Roosh, Gilad Spisser, our faculty advisor, Mrs. Keene, Ariella Hirschhorn for videos, Toby Lee, and all the other teachers and students who interviewed with us. Yeah.
And we would also like to thank the New York Times, Axios, Associated Press, and any other news source and any other results that we used tonight to